Yes, he can. A double breakout race there. Zach Ross is out 13 thou for the win, and Rob Holmes is out 33 thou for the loss. Al Ross, Flushing, Ohio. The Dodge Challenger in the Forney trailer lane down to 10 flat. Corey Griffith, Alliance, Ohio, the Chevrolet Camaro, down 11:55 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. .700 separating those two cars at the head, a definite starting line advantage. Can he use it? Yes, he can. Corey Griffith, 12 up front, 11:59 on a 55 to get there a couple of hundredths ahead of Al. Al breaks out trying to do it, goes 9.99 with a 5, and breaks out 5 thousandths of a second trying to make the win. Scott Taylor, 66 Plymouth in the Forney trailer lane down 12:09. Matt Antrobius in the George Antrobius wrenched Chevrolet Camaro down 11:04 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Final call for Sportsman. Should be in lane 7 and 8 for your replacement time trial. And final call for the Kohlbacher Custom Stick Shift cars in lanes 5 and 6 for your replacement time trial quarter mile. Matt Antrobius taking the win there. Double breakout race. Matt's out 38 for the win. Red light start for Scott Taylor. All right, Paul Boster in the right lane. Mike Fenton, left lane. Challenger versus Corvette. Fenton down to 10:12. Boster down to 10:45. Both of them 80 up front, dead heat at the start. It's going to be Paul Boster. Boster 45 dead 1, 87 up front to get their 300s ahead of Fenton. Fenton 15 on a 12, he's 3 off the dial. Both cars 080 up front. All right, Tony DePella in the honkin' Hemi, 64 Hemi stick car in the Forney trailer lane. Dialed in 870. Brad Ross, the 68 Barracuda, dialed 1037 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. The big Hemi's coming charging. Can he do it? No, it's going to be Brad Ross, 43 on a 37-32 up front for the win. Tony goes 862 on an 870 and breaks out by 8 thou. Bob Scheif in the 80 Murata, dialed at 1211 over there in the Forney trailer lane, and Mike Schaefer, 869 here at Lawrence Motorsports lane. Couple of hunters separate those two at the head. The Hemi's coming. Can he do it? No. Bob Scheif, 12-14 on 12-11, 27 up front, gets there a couple of hundredths ahead of Mike. Mike goes 874 on an 869. Not good enough. He was 40 up front, so he's a couple of hundredths behind at the start of the race. Rodney Kakey, Chevrolet Camaro, Kakel, Chevrolet Camaro, 1098 in the Forney trailer lane. Marcelo Cardamone, 1085 in his Camaro here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. .400 separate those two at the hit. Going to be Mr. Cardamone. Double breakout race there. Marcelo is out 20 for the win, and Rodney's out 72 for the loss. Double breakout race. Jeff Jones, 65 Hemi car. 1029 in the Forney trailer lane, and Martin Bleckinger, 1127. His 62 Dodge here stages up in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Red light start for Jeff Jones. Martin's going to take the win there. He's 35 up front on his 1127, goes 1123. Moves into round number 2. That'll bring up Mike Hours, Xenia, Ohio, the Dodge Demon. Dot 1112 in the Forney trailer lane. Larry Engel. Eagle dialed 1028 in the Corvette. He's in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Couple of hundred separate those two. The Corvette's going to try. He's coming. It's going to be Mike Hours. 24 on a 12. Gets there about 0.6 of a second ahead of the Corvette, who must have had some problems. Goes 11:06 on the 1028. Mike Ortel, 992 in the Creekside Lane. Dave Bada, Lawrence Motorsports Lane. Going to be Dave Bada. 1150 on a 49.72 up front to get there 2 thou ahead of Ortel. Ortel, 996 on a 92. 4 off the dial after being 45 up front. All right, we need somebody to go down to the second turnoff and get car 3840. 3840. The car's at the second turnoff down there. Won't come back. Need somebody to head down there and get him towed back. Ed McCormick, Englewood, Ohio. The Bossa Nova, dial 1108 over in the Forney Trailer Lane, and Eric Patton. Out of Kentucky in the Dart, dial 1163 here in the Lawrence Motorsports Lane. Red light start for McCormick, and that'll put Mr. Patton in round number 2 on the 1163 dial. He goes 1166. Brent Derrick, 1027 in the Camaro in the Forney Trailer Lane, and Scott Schaefer, 65 Coronet, dial 969 here in Lawrence Motorsports Lane. And that was going to be to Brent Derrick. 1031 on a 27, 65 up front to get there 300s ahead of Schaefer. Schaefer 973 on a 69, missed at 4, and the 91 up front was about 14-24 behind at the flash of the green. On the by run, Mr. Brian Merkel. Johnstown, Ohio, the Firebird says we're going to go 1062 over in the Forney Trailer Lane. After that round of Buckeye stocks and super stock combo cars, you know, for this weekend at Kil-Kare, a reminder of our great programs and sponsors that make the Buckeye stock super stock drag racing series one of the best. Dial for dollars from Mid-Ohio Paving on our first round of qualifying. Make sure if you've got, you know, that's a deal where they put the dial on the car, for your shot to win $100 to closest to the dial-in on your time trial qualifier. That's a pretty good deal. The KB Trailer Bounty Hunter is on the last race winner, and whoever that might be, there's $100 if you defeat that particular car, and that bounty money will roll over if it doesn't happen. BK Beverage Awards, the #1 qualifier with a $50 marathon gift card plus. All right, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Modified, the old-time racers modified class. Let's bring them up in lanes 1 and 2. When lanes 1 and 2 get filled up, move over to lane 3 and 4. So let's start off with the modifieds heading to 1 and 2. When 1 and 2 is filled, bring them over into 3 and 4. So let's go ahead and bring them up. Modified class, round eliminations. We were talking about some of the sponsors and things for the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Racers, and the #1 qualifier, the BK Beverage Award, $50 marathon gift card plus Fuel Factory provides a 5-gallon pail of race fuel, and they qualify on the best reaction time. Parsons & Myers Racing Engines pays $100 to the best first round losing package, and PK Racing Rods does the same for the best first round winning package. That's a pretty good deal there. The first racer to run dead on your dial with a 0 gets a $100 cash award from Columbus Joint and Clutch. That's hard to do, but there is a prize if you do it. Since we were talking about Columbus Joint and Clutch, a big congratulations to Kevin Skinner and the Skinner family for their big win in the factory shootout at the U.S. Nationals in Indianapolis. Congratulations to them. We have a few random drawings, and Injector Experts gives free entry certificate to a lucky racer. Another random draw for a 5-gallon pail of fuel from Fuel Factory as well. And the number 15 qualifier gets a 5-gallon pail of Fuel Factory fuel. Other sponsors that support the series are Nitro Joe's Drag Racing Stats, and nobody keeps up with stats like Nitro Joe, that's for sure. Jeff's Auto Body and Collision and the Mod Shop. Randy Running has graciously provided crocodile claws for the racers as part of the random draw. There's a sponsor change for the Super Supporters bonus now, supported by Ross Automotive, Al and Brad Ross. If you go to all the races, you're eligible to win. At our last race at Kil-Kare on September 8th, racer going the farthest that attended this race, which we just got done with, will get $700. Second furthest gets the third $300, and third furthest $100. There's currently 21 racers that have attended every event and are eligible for this bonus. Modern Auto Parts, that supplies our shop with our paint and materials, pays the points winner $700 and the second in points $300. Modern Auto Parts has locations in Cadiz, St. Clarksville, Magnolia, East Liverpool, Ohio, and a location in Wheeling, West Virginia. So those sponsors are great supporters of the Buckeye Stock and Super Stock Racers, and we want to thank them for what they do. And We had 2 great races here at Kil-Kare, and we're in the second race today. So round 1 is over, but that doesn't mean that we don't have a whole bunch more action in the Buckeye Stock and Super Stock racers. So that's coming up here shortly. Round number 2 will be here. In the meantime, I need the modified cars into lanes 1 and 2, and once lanes 1 and 2 fill up, bring them into 3 and 4. Do not block the entrance to the staging lanes. If lanes 1 and 2 are full, bring them into lanes 3 and 4. Today's racing classes are brought to you by some very special sponsors, and they help make the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags what it is. Our sportsman class sponsored by Lowman Rods, and Lowman Rods has been a long-time sponsor of the Old Time Drags right here at Kil-Kare Dragway. We appreciate what they do. The Modified, sponsored by Phillips Sheet Metal, and Phillips Sheet Metal, a great sponsor for the Modified class. Golden Oldie Eliminator, sponsored by Muffler Brothers of Xenia, Walt Crum and Company. Thank you for your sponsorship. We appreciate that. The Grandpa Eliminator, our flag start today, sponsored by Sexton Automotive. And Jeff Sexton, a longtime supporter of the Old Time Drags, along with, the same thing goes for Walt Crum and the Muffler Brothers. The top eliminator, which will be the 4 winners running for the big eliminator, sponsored by Performance Paint and Supply, Kent Von Baron and Company, with paint supply companies in several cities here in not only in Dayton but Indiana. And thank you for that sponsorship. And our good friend Rob Kohlbacher, Kohlbacher's Custom Speed and Fabrication, sponsoring the stick shift class today, and a lot of fun there. And Rob, also a longtime supporter of the Old Time Drags. Hey, coming up here in about 15 minutes, it'll be the annual Kil-Kare Hall of Fame inductions, and that'll be down at the pavilion right next to the concession stand, and that'll happen about 2 o'clock. If you'd like to go down and see the latest inductees into the Kil-Kare Hall of Fame, Dave Thomas and Harold Lunsford and crew will be handing out those Hall of Fame plaques to the recipients for the 2024 class of the Kil-Kare Hall of Fame. So that's about 2 o'clock at the pavilion. All right, final call for the modified cars, the Phillips sheet metal modified cars in the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Final call for the modified cars sponsored by Phillips sheet metal in the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for first round eliminator. And that'll put the Golden Oldies, sponsored by Muffler Brothers of Xenia, on standby. Once again, Golden Oldies, you are on standby. As a matter of fact, let's get the Muffler Brothers of Xenia Golden Oldie cars into lanes 5 and 6. The Golden Oldie cars into lanes 5 and 6. And that'll put the Grandpa Eliminator on standby. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into the competition part of today's racing program. And as we do before each and every race, we're going to ask everybody that please rise if you can. Gentlemen, remove your caps as we present the national anthem of the United States of America. Thank you, everybody, and we're getting ready to go racing here. And we're looking for Johnny Eugene Rector. Johnny Eugene Rector, if you're on the premises, please come to the drag tower. Johnny Eugene Rector, please come to the drag tower if you are here on the premises. And we're going to start things off with the Phillips Sheet Metal Modified Eliminator. And we should have our Golden Oldies cars in the lanes 5 and 6. Golden Oldie cars should be in lanes 5 and 6. Randy Kent in the Maverick. In the Forney trailer lane dialed at 836, David Lowry. Lawrence Motorsports lane dialed 638. In battle of the blue ovals here, the Mustang left lane, the Maverick right lane. Randy Kent breaks out, 830 on the 36, and David Lowry going to take the win, 40 on a 38, 35 up front for the win. Craig Anderson in the Chevelle. Out of the Forney trailer lane, dialed 705, and Gary Elberfield, in the coupe, dialed a 6 flat here, Lawrence Motorsports lane. Got about 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the Hall of Fame induction. Going to be carrying on in the pavilion down next to the concession stand. Mike Sadler, Dallas 690. In the Forney trailer lane, and George McFadden. Chevrolet dialed 704 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Sadler breaks out 681 on a 90, breaks out 9 as McFadden takes the win 708 on a 704. Next pair up, the Fat Boys Chevrolet Camaro. Richard Dilloff dialed an 841 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Don Lawson, Eaton, Ohio, the Duster, dialed a 724 here in Lawrence Motorsports lane. Win's going to go to Richard Dilhoff, 42 on a 41, 168 up front. After Don Lawson turned it red, Haley Watts in the Nova, dialed an 809 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Keith Booth. Keith is a retired automotive teacher from the Montgomery County Vocational School. And that's why it says teacher on the side of his car. And Keith, longtime racer, dialed a 652 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. About 500 separate those two at the hit, and that's going to be Keith Booth. 52 dead 2, 101 up front to get their 800s ahead of Haley. Haley 12 on a 9, missed it by 3 after being 154 up front, which was 500s behind. Well, we got Dale K over there in the Triumph, dialed a 650 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Evan Stacy, the S10 pickup truck, dialed 639 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Definite starting line advantage here. Can they take advantage of it? No. Oh, boy. Evan Stacy, 59 on a 39 after being 60 up front, gets her 700s ahead of Dale. Dale dialed a 650, went 683. He's over 3/10 behind on his dial-in. Jeff Crawford in the Chevrolet Nova, dialed a 688 over in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Cam Latham, Chevrolet Camaro, dialed 648. He's in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Win's going to go to Cam Latham, a double breakout race there. Cam's out 007 for the win. And let's see here, Crawford is out 19, so 12 thousandths the difference in the two breakouts, and that one goes to Cam Latham. Randy Campbell in the Campbell Motorsports Camaro, dialed a 652 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and David Ballard, the Lawrence Motorsports lane Chevrolet Nova, dialed a 685. Oh, Ballard goes red, Campbell goes green. On the 52, Campbell goes 52 dead 1. So Campbell moves into round number 2. Mike Harr, dialed a 682 in the unpredictable Chevrolet in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Ralph Geisel, Geisel's Chevrolet Camaro, dialed a 575 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Going to be Mike Harr, 86 on an 82, 58 up front to get their 700s ahead of Geisel. Geisel, 85 on a 75, missed it a 10th, and at 68 was a 100th behind part of the race. 64 Furia, Lance Klein, down to 654 in the Forney Trailer Sales Lane, and Brandon Ziegler, Lawrence Motorsports Lane Chevrolet Camaro, down to 635. Red light start for Lance Klein. He's 14 red, and Brandon Ziegler clean and green, and 42 on a 35 to go into round number 2. Shane Milnickel in the big wagon, down an 863 here in the Lawrence Motorsports Lane, and Bill Scholler, Chevrolet S10, down 683 in the Forney Trailer Sales Lane, and a red light start for Bill Scholler, and that means Shane Milnickel takes the win, 859 on a 63, moves into round number 2. Michael Baumgartner down to 7 flat in his S10. Darren Ford. All right, final call for the Golden Oldies. Should be in lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Golden Oldies. Should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sponsored by Muffler Brothers of Xenia. And that'll put the Grandpas. Let's see, let's get the Grandpa class. Let's get Grandpa class into lanes 7 and 8. Grandpa class, lanes 7 and 8. And the Grandpa class sponsored by Sexton Automotive. So Grandpa class, lanes 7 and 8. And Grandpa class today will be instant green instead of flag drop. Grandpa class will be instant green. Once again, Grandpa class into lanes 7 and 8, sponsored by Sexton Automotive. And the Grandpa class will be instant green instead of flag drop. Angus Ewing, 795 right lane. Todd Tooker, 8629 left lane. Red light start for Ewing, and that means Todd Tooker will take the win, 27 on 29. Charlie Roberts, style of 688 in the 65 Plymouth. In the 40 trailer lane, and Kyle Tooker. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Kyle Tooker this time, 663 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. And the win's going to go to Kyle Tooker, 66 on a 63, 38 up front to get there about 100th ahead of Charlie. Charlie, 89 on an 88 after being 77 up front, which happened to be about 39 behind at the flash of the green. Mike Evans, Chevrolet Malibu, 625 in the 40 trailer sales lane. Denny Davis, 588 in the Camaro Lawrence Motorsports lane. Going to be Denny Davis, 90 on an 88, 006 up front to get there about 700ths ahead of Mike. Mike was way late, and a 28 on a 25, 3 off the dial, no good. Dave Lee, the big 442. Dial an 840 in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Jake Simcoe, the Ford Mustang, dial to 635 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Well, Dave Lee goes 35 red, and then Jake Simcoe 59 clean and green. Wheels in the air charge, and 35 dead 4. Move into round number 2. Steve Heil, the 64 Dodge in the 40 trailer sales lane, dial to 634, and Bill Emery, part of the Zombie Racing team, dial to 640 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Almost heads up here. Little bit of a head start going to the Camaro, and the big Dodge will try to run him down. Definite head start. Let's see how this works out. It's going to be Bill Emery. 48 on 40, 15 up front, gets her 700s ahead of Steve. Steve was 37 on a 34, but we'll just say late. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that glass bottles of any kind are not allowed on the premises at Kil-Kare because of the volatility to tires and things like that on race cars, which are very expensive. Glass bottles are not allowed on the premises. If you have a glass bottle in your hand, take it to the nearest trash can and dispose of it. Any other bottles, keep them in your car, but do not have them out in the open on the premises. No glass bottles allowed on the premises. Keith Bolander, the 65 Plymouth, down to 683 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and the Chevy Malibu here, I don't have a card on, down to 670 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Keith jumps right in there and says, come on, let's go. Keith goes 42 red. And we'll go to the Malibu, 75 on a 73. Daryl Adams out of Clayton, Ohio. Dodge Dart, dial of 730. J.R. Kessler. In the 62 Dodge, 732. Almost heads up here. Better light going to JR. Can he use it? Uh-oh, problems in the left lane. So we will go check the track out. Daryl Adams breaks out when 713 on a 730 bunch breaks out a bunch. So we're on hold here in the Phillips Sheet Metal Mod class as we check the track. While they do the oil cleanup, we will keep the PA quiet for a bit while they do their Hall of Fame induction. All right, attention in the pit, attention in the pit. Let's go ahead and get the Buckeye stock super stock cars, Buckeye stock stock cars, round number 2 to the back of the lanes for pairing. Buckeye stock super stock, round number 2, back in the lanes for pairing. Back in action. Russell Stewart. Gary Pund. About 600 separate those two. It's going to be Gary Pund, 93 on a 92, 68 up front to get their 900s. Ahead of Stewart. Stewart, 75 on a 70, but the 123 bulb, no help whatsoever. All right, Plymouth Arrow Creek's in the 420 trailer lane, 609, and James Mullis goes red, and the little arrow will be your winner. All right, Larry over there in the Arrow, down to 617 in the 40 trailer lane, and Bill Day, 643 in the little Colt. Larry goes, or Bill goes red. That means Larry, 23 on a 17 for the win. Brian Bowers, Ford Falcon, 667 in the 40 trailer lane, and Jason Mosley, Chevrolet Nova, 610 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Red light start for Jason Mosley and Ryan Bowers. 005 up front, 64 on 67 for the win. Rodney Merrill, S10, down to 650 in the 40 trailer lane, and Vinnie Fury. Down 757 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. I think that's a Mercury Zephyr, I think. $400 separate those two. Here comes the S10, no good. Double breakout race there. Vinnie Fury breaks out 001 for the win, and Rodney Merrill broke way out on 119. Travis Segraves, Chevrolet Camaro in the 40 trailer lane, dialed 723, and the Mustang here dialed 808 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane, and Mr. Segraves goes red. The Mustang's got it. Says Tim's driving that. Way to go, Tim. Moving into round two. Buckeye stock, super stock cars should be in the lanes for pairing. Gary Ferguson, big Chevelle, dial 710, the 40 trailer sales, and a Olds Cutlass 776 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. It'll be the Cutlass. Double breakout race there. The Cutlass is out, 008 for the win. And Ferguson is out, 162 for the loss. Corey Whiskey in the Crown Vic, dialed at 1030. In the old 40 trailer sales lane, and Michael Rice. Dodge Dart, 741 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Chase is on. It's going to be Corey Whiskey, 1034 on the 30. 54 up front for the win. Michael Rice breaks out, goes 704 on a 741, breaks out a ton. Dave Calder, Chevrolet Nova. In the Forney trailer sales lane, 793, and Chad Calder. Oh, this might be for the Calder family rights here. In the Nova, down to 692. So if you bet on a Calder to win the race, you're probably going to be in for some bucks. Neither one's stellar at the light, but here comes the Nova, no good. It's the big Chevelle. 8 flat on 793 for Dave Calder in the right lane, taking the win, and Chad Calder breaks out, goes 689 on 692, breaks out 300s. Dave McCauley, Justin Cordes. McCauley turned the red light on, and Justin Cordes will take the win. 580 on a 578. Well, let's see. This says C Junior in the old 26 Dodge, Dallas 750. Forney trailer sales lane, and Keith Booth in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Keith out 651 in the teacher car. Win's going to go to Keith Booth, 58 on a 51, 24 up front to take the win by about 1,500. Says C Junior's little car went 754 on a 50, but we'll just say his reaction time wasn't stellar. Tom Henry, London, Ohio. Big Yeller, 55 Chevrolet, down to 673 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Pat McFadden, old Shift-Noid himself, 690 in the front engine dragster. Look at Pat. 011 up front for the win as Tom Henry turning the red light on. And Pat goes 705 on a 690. Looks like his Shift-Noid works pretty good. Jay Sawyer, also in a front engine dragster, 670 on the dial in for him in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Barney Taylor in the Chevrolet wagon, dial to 910. Well, there's a definite starting line advantage. Here comes the dragster, but yep, oh, looky there, double breakout. Dragster's out 048 for the win, and Barney is out 163 for the loss. So the dragster got the job done, ran Barney out. Not the old pickup truck over there, no card on the name for that, but anyways, dialed 741 to Forney trailer sales lane, and Mike Sadler, London, Ohio, the big Regal 680 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Well, neither of them too stellar, but somebody's going to win. And it's going to be the old pickup truck. 46 on a 41. Gets their 600s ahead of Mike. Mike was 681 on a 680, but he was at least a tenth of a second late, or a tenth of a second slower at reaction than the old pickup. William Scholler, Sabina, Ohio, 685 over there in the S10 pickup truck, and the Forney trailer lane, and Gary Elam, the Blue Bayou Chevy wagon, down to 641. Now, Gary Elam was a student of Keith Booth's teacher car. Well, let's see here. 300 separate those two at the head. That's going to be the S10. 86 on an 85. After being 144 at the Tree, still got their 300s ahead of Gary. Gary, 42 on a 41, missed at 1, and the 172 bulb happened to be about 300s behind. David Latham, Darren Ford, 47 to 60. It's the 47 of David Latham, dead 9, 89 up front to get their 1700s ahead as Darren breaks out, goes 55 on a 60, breaks out 500s. All right, let's go ahead and get the Kohlbacher Custom Speed stick shift cars. And let's see here. Need them in lanes 3 and 4. Kohlbacher Custom stick shift cars into lanes 3 and 4. Haley Watts, Toby Ford. Toby Ford in a Plymouth. Okay. 67 to 73 reaction times respectively, and it's going to be Toby Ford. 788 on a 783, 67 up front to get their 1600s ahead of Haley. Haley, 815 on an 809, missed it dial by 6. And at 73 was about 6 thou behind when the light said it's your turn. Well, looking like John Bolner might have a little. Maybe not. John turns on the big red. And the Creekside car, no card on foul, but anyway, he'll take the win moving around too. On the bye run, Larry Ross. And the little Plymouth Arrow that says we're going 617. In the meantime, we'll just get our 039 red light out of the way and steer it straight and go on to round 2. So that'll wrap up the Old Time Racers Golden Oldies. Kohlbacher Custom Stick Shift Cars should be up in the lanes 3 and 4 for the stick shift cars, lanes 3 and 4. All right, so this is Grandpa Eliminator. And in the old days, they started the old cars with, before the event of the Christmas tree start, they started with a flag. Well, we're not going to do flag, but we are going to do instant green. And it's heads up, no dial-ins, heads up racing. First one to the finish line, going to be the winner. And the first one's going to go to Rick Wilkin. Gary Everfield made a stab at it, but that one was Ricky's race. All right, we've got the Olds Cutlass over there in the Horny Trailer lane, and Randy Longbreak in the old Gasser here. Gonna be the Randy Longbreak car. Goes 10-13 for the win. Rick LaValle in the coupe in the 40 trailer sales right-hand lane, and Mike Hathaway, Chevrolet Vega, Lawrence Motorsports left-hand lane. And old Mike jumps the gun by a perfect triple 4 zeros red. You can't, I mean, that's within a 10,000th of being green. In the meantime, Rick LaValle takes the win. And the stick shift cars should be in lanes 3 and 4. The Kohlbacher Custom stick shift cars in lanes 3 and 4. And we'll do just a little bit of track prep here before we bring out our Buckeye stock, super stock combo cars. And by the way, we want to thank Motor Mania. Man, great to have them on board. They're showing our old-time racers race today, and we want to thank them for that. They were here taking care of the Jeremy England motorcycle races this weekend. Did a great job of coverage for that, but Motor Mania TV, there's nobody does it any better than them. And we want to thank Mike and the crew for being here and carrying on with what we're doing here today. And basically what this is the Old Time Racers race, which was founded long ago, about 13 or 14 years ago, by Ed Crowder. And he and the volunteers all got together and decided to have a racers reunion race, which included inductions into the Kil-Kare Hall of Fame. And I think we are on the 13th or the 14th induction into the Hall of Fame. And some of the best there is have raced at Kil-Kare, and some of the best there is are in the Kil-Kare Hall of Fame. So want to congratulate all of our latest inductees, which was done here in about the past hour or so, and congratulations to them. So carrying on the Ed Crowder tradition, he had to basically retire from putting this on. Kil-Kare took it over and was originally called the Gathering of the Geezers, but with Ed retiring, we switched the name to the Kil-Kare Old Time Racers Race. And we're having some fun today. Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars have been a part of the Old Time Racers race, and they always great to have them here in the house, and brought 45 cars or so here yesterday, and another great field of cars. I'm not sure, probably in the 40s race. But the old time drags right here at Kil-Kare. All right, here we go. Round number 2 of the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars. First pair up, Mike Hours in the Diggers Demon Dodge Demon, down 11-12 here in the Logan Motorsports lane. Craig Michael in the 66 Plymouth. 67 Plymouth out of Delaware, Ohio. Over there in the Forney trailer sales lane. Dialed 989, so a head start going to the Demon, and the Hemi Plymouth's going to try to catch up. And it looks like Mike Hours might have something broke. In the meantime, Craig Michael goes 10:04. Mike Hours was a longtime employee here at Kil-Kare, and recently retired from not only racing but a long-time job in the Chevrolet dealerships around town. Mike on the track crew of both the drag strip and the oval track at one time here at Kil-Kare, and so we have to do a little work there on the old Digger Demon and get her fixed back up. Or I think the final Buckeye Stock Super Stock season-ending race coming up here in a couple weeks, so Mike's got a little time to get it fixed. All right, we're going to get ready for second pair here. 68 Barracuda. And 62 or 3 Plymouth. Dodge, yeah. Anyway, Mopar's a pair, let's just say that. Brad Ross, dialed to 1041 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane, and the red and white Dodge 440, dialed to 1010 in the Forney trailer sales lane. Tenth of a second in the tree. Who's going to use it? Oh, no good. Brad Ross was 35 up front, but breaks out, goes 39 with a 6. And the old Plymouth, or the old Dodge, taking the win there, 10-11 on a 10-10. He was 123 at the hit. He was over a second late at the flash of the green, but hey, you win by having a better race. Paul Boster in the Corvette, dialed to 1045 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Andy Cronenbitter, the Cobalt, dialed to 943 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. About 700s in the bank for one of those two. Let's see if he can use it. On the big end, it's going to be Cronenbitter. 44 on a 43, 30 up front to get there about 400s ahead of Boster. Boster breaks out trying to stay ahead. He goes 43 on a 45, breaks out 2. His 101 reaction time, no match for the 030 of Andy. Earl Rowe, Chevrolet Camaro, down 10-11. And Brian Merkel, dialed to 1053. Merkel here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane, and Rowe in the Forney trailer sales. All right, let's go ahead and get the sportsman cars. Sportsman cars, let's bring them up in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman cars, lanes 5 and 6. Earl Rowe turns it red, and Brian Merkel does not. Merkel clean and green in 68 on a 53, moves into round 3. Derek Weish, Lewis Center, Ohio. Dodge Material Duster, dialed 1134 in the Forney trailer sales lane. And Marcelo Cardamone, that's him in the Chevrolet Camaro here, Lawrence Motorsports lane, dialed at 1087. About 500's in the bank for one of them. Let's see if they can use it. Down on the big end. Yes, he will use it. Derek Weish, 1138 on 34. He's 29 up front. When the light turned green, Marcelo, well, he was 76 up front, so he was about 500s behind at the flash of the green. But 90 on an 87, missed his dial by 3. No good. David Gerald, Chevrolet Camaro 1075. Corey Griffith, Chevrolet Camaro 1154. Corey left lane. David right lane. Turns it red, and Mr. Griffith will be your winner. And goes 1156 on a 54. 10 up front. Good run. Moves into round number 3. David Bada, Sunman, Indiana, the Firebird over there in the Forney trailer sales lane, 1151. And Eric Patton, Mopar Performance Dodge Dart, dial 1171 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Red line start for Eric Patton. 33 red, and Dave Bata, 56 clean and green. 11:51 dial and goes 11:50. So David moving into round 3. Pair of Camaros here. Matt Antrobius out of Maysville, Kentucky. Dial 1104 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. And Brent Derrick, dial 1034. He's in the Camaro in the Forney trailer sales lane. Once again, sportsman cars, lanes 5 and 6, sportsman cars 5 and 6. 9 thou separate those two at the hit. Here comes the white car. Can he get him? Yes, he can. Brent Derrick, 10:35 on the 34-16 up front to get their 11 thou ahead of Matt Androbius. Matt 11:07 on 11:04, missed at 3. At 007 was 9 thou ahead at the start of the race, but no good. Michael Redford in the big Dodge Hemi out of Farmington Hills, Michigan, dialed a 980 over there in the Forney trailer sales lane, and that's the old Murata, the 1980 Murata for Bob Scheif, dialed a 1210 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Waiting patiently, 9 thou separate the two. Here comes the Hemi on a charge, and it's going to be, oh baby, Bob Scheif hold him off, 12:14 on a 12:10. He was 002 up front, so he started his race off perfect. Michael Redford was a 987 on a 980. He's 7,000 off, or 700s off. But he was 011, so it's only 9,000 separate those two at the flash of the green. So good run for Bob Scheif. Martin Bleckinger, 1124 over there in the old Dodge. 62 vintage, and Mark Buchanan in the Mustang. Dial to 1010. Well, so much for the old Dodge. He went 38 red. 53 clean and green for Buchanan, and he goes 902. Oh, baby. He goes 1079 on a 1010. So had it in the bank, just cruised down there and took the win. On the buy run, Zach Ross out of Belmont, Ohio. The drag pack dialed to 971. He's going to make his pass over here in the Forney trailer sales race. Nice 22, clean and green reaction time. On the 971, he goes 974. So Zach moving into round number 3. That'll wrap up our second round of the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars, and we'll be moving into the Kohlbacher Custom stick shift cars next. All right, Matt Hunt, right lane. Owen Shively, left lane. 1480 for Shively, 1440 for Hunt. On the big end, it's going to be Owen Shively. He's 1487 on the 1480 after being 231 at the hit, and Matt Hunt was 1489 on a 1440s, 49 off the dial. And a 125 bulb, a little better than Owen, but not good enough for the race. Tony McFall, 1210 in the Forney Motorsports lane, and Tim Porter, 1397 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Double breakout race there. Porter was 14 up front. Breaks out by 207, and McFall breaks out 244, so the win's going to go to Porter. Brian Ogletree, 1248 over there in the old Corvette. Rob Kohlbacher in the big Ford, dial 1275. Kohlbacher here in the Lawrence Motorsports left lane, and Ogletree in the right. Forney Trailer Sales lane, that's going to be Rob. 1335 on a 1275 after being 369 up front, and Brian Ogletree breaks out, goes 1226 on a 1248. Jeff Black, another Ford over there in the Forney Trailer Sales lane, dial 1390. Chuck Martin in the old Chuck wagon. Chuck is a regular with the UMTR stick shift transmission racers group. He's here at Kil-Kare every time they are, and he's dialed 953 in the old wagon there. Mercury wagon, that is. Definite starting line advantage. Let's see, here comes Chuck wagon trying to track down Jeff Black and gets the job done. 987 on a 953, 46 up front. Got there over 3/10 ahead of Jeff. Well, Jeff, he dialed a 1390, went a 1422, so he's 32 off the dial, but the 406 reaction time, ooh, ow, not good. Roger Harris, Mustang. Forney Trailer Sales lane, dial 1485. Nick Duvall, dial 1103 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. About 1,500 separate those two at the hit. It's going to be Nick Duvall, 1121 on 1103, 190 up front to get there about 100th ahead of Roger. And Roger was 1488 on an 85, 3 off the dial, but the 347 bulb, that ain't going to work. No card on the right lane, the Mustang. Dial to 1015 there in the Forney Trailer Sales lane, and Matt Duvall dial to 1270 in his Mustang here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. 18 thou separate the two at the hit. The gears are grinding, the gears are shifting. Here it comes. Can Big White make it? Yes, he can. A double breakout race there. And the right lane breaks out 005 for the win, and Matt Duvall breaks out 138 for the loss. Now, Matt was 14 on the tree. That's a good light. Well, the white car was right with him. He was 032, so a mere 18 thou when the light said it's your turn. And that will All right, let's go ahead and get modified. The Kil-Kare Old Time Drags, the Phillips Sheet Metal modified cars into lanes 1 and 2. And if 1 and 2 fills up, move over into 3 and 4. So Phillips Sheet Metal modified cars, bring them on up, lanes 1 and 2. And if you fill that lane, those 2 lanes up, move over into 3 and 4. Where can you catch all the action on some of the biggest races around? Well, let me just tell you where that's at. Motor Mania TV. And we want to thank them for being part of the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags. Do a great job covering the races. And if you want to tune in, just get on your cell phone there and find Motor Mania TV and get hooked up. And you can watch and see what's going on right here at Kil-Kare. Nobody does it finer than Motor Mania TV, and that's where you want to watch all the big races. Tune in for the coverage. David Jennings, 1436 right lane. Don Carter, 1551 left lane. These would be the Sportsman cars. Sponsored by Low Man Rods. And the winner's going to be David Jennings, 1450 on the 1436, 081 up front to get their 500s ahead of Don. Don breaks out, goes 1542 on a 1551. Steve Hughes in the 57 Chevrolet wagon, turning it red, and Michael Nens, I'll get it. 007, beautiful light, dial to 13 flat, and goes a 1304. So, hey, Michael's tuned up, ready for round number next. John Cullen. The Barracuda. Out of Marysville, Ohio, 1322 in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Jeff Mayberry. Chevrolet Camaro, dial to 1305 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Down the big end, double breakout race. That's going to go to John Collin. He breaks out 17 for the win, and Mayberry breaks out 73 for the loss. Corey Whiskey, the Big Crown Vic, dialed to 1625 in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Corey Strader's Chevrolet Camaro, dial 1180 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. And a red light start for Corey Whiskey. 13 red, so Corey Strader's going to take the win. On the 1180 goes 1166. He might need just a little bit of an ET prediction adjustment for the next round. Danny Euler Jr. in the Mustang, dialed at 1050 in the 40 trailer sales lane, and the big Chevelle here, don't have a card on him, 1135 is dial in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. There's a 0.3 of a second starting line advantage at work here, and Mr. Euler will take advantage of it. He's 31 up front and goes 1073 on a 1050 for the win, as the Tower Side lane was, well, just late. Let's just be nice. He was late. Charles Bramlett. Pontiac GTO Judge, 1520 in the right lane. John McFall, 1240 left lane. Both reaction times starting with a 2. And that one's going to go to John McFall. Bramlett breaks out, goes 1477 on a 1520, which is about 4300s. Out, John McFall. Well, 1275 on a 1240. No card on a right lane coupe there, but he's dialed 1420, and Jason Rex turned it red, so the coupe wins on the 1420, goes 1435. Ford Maverick, Jason Rex. I'm sorry, Ford Maverick, Rusty Chatterton. Dial to 1305, David Webb over there in the Challenger. Dial 1130. Final call for the modified cars. Final call for modified cars in lanes 1 and 2. David Calder, 1090 over there in the Nova. Tim T, in the Corvette here, 1560 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Calder over there in the Forney trailer lane. $1,300 is the advantage at the start of the race. That one's going to go to David Calder, or Chad Calder. Chad, 96 on 90, 141 up front. And let's see here, Tim T breaks out, goes 1543 on a 60, so he's out 1700s. Jeff Stokes, Chevrolet Nova, 1426 in the Forney trailer sales lane. Earl Wyatt, Earl, longtime racer here at Kil-Kare in the Challenger, it's out of 1279. Well, we got a good light and a great light. Let's see how this all shakes out. The Challenger's coming, trying to get with the Nova. On the big end, the Challenger does it as the Nova breaks out. So Jeff Stokes, 1420 on 26, breaks out 600s. And let's see here, it was 007 on the tree. He had Earl covered 2500s. Earl, 82 on a 79 for the win. Jess Noble, 15 flat right lane. Matt Hunt, 1460 left lane. Matt's on a hunt here to see if he can catch up with Jess. Nope, he does. Jesse breaks out though, 1466 on a 15 flat. And let's see here, Matt was 1530 on the 1460, so he takes the win and moves into round over next. Well, let's see here, a 59 Biscayne, that'd be David Walker. Dave Walker, dial of 1489. He's out of Lebanon, Ohio. And Tim Porter, Newark, Ohio, in a Challenger convertible, dial of 1390 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. So Dave over there in the Forney trailer sales lane. Well, let's see here. 1500s is a split at the hit. They're motoring side by side down there. And that one's going to go to Tim Porter. He's 1394 on the 90, 79 up front. Got there 0.2 of a second ahead of Walker. Walker 98 on an 89. Missed it about 900s and just late. No card on Big Red over there in the Forney trailer sales lane, but he's dialed 1450. Jim Browder. Uh-oh. Got a little problem there. Yep. Putting some residue down on the track, so Big Red will take the win here on his 1450. Goes 14-15. He's going to need a major ET prediction adjustment for next round. Ooh, baby. 15 on a 50? You bet he does. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Oh, yeah. We got to clean up that little mess out of the Browder Mustang. Gets that done. And then the next car over there in the Forney trailer sales right lane, broke, which means the Blue Nova here going to get a free run into the next round. All right, listen up to pits. Let's get the Muffler Brothers of Xenia Golden Oldies into lanes 3 and 4. The Muffler Brothers of Xenia Golden Oldies into lanes 3 and 4. Dave Calder on a free pass into round number 2 says 12:47. He gets his major red light out of the way and goes 12:48 on a 47. All right, let's have a little Phillips sheet metal modified round 2 coming up here. Mike Harr. In the little Chevrolet over there in the Forney trailer sales lane, dialed 684. David Lowry. Mustang, dialed 638 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Action in the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags Modified Division. Couple of hundred separate the two. We got a major good drag race going on here, and it's going to be Mike Harr. 85 on an 84, 20 up front to get there about 100th ahead of Lowry. Lowry was 38, dead 5, but the 41 reaction time was 21 behind at the flash of the green. Richard Dilhoff. The Fat Boys Chevrolet Camaro, 841 over there in the Forney trailer sales lane, and David Ballard, Chevrolet Nova, 585 here in the Tower Side Lawrence Motorsports lane. Well, let's see here. That's a double red. Let's see. The Ballard car was red by 166. And the Dilhoff car was red by 084, so Dilloff will take the win. Little Plymouth Arrow over there, 607 in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Cam Latham, 648 in the Tower Side Lawrence Motorsports lane. Yeah, look at there. Little Arrow goes triple zip 7 red, and Cam Latham, 088 clean and green, 49 on 48. He's going to see round 3. Evan Stacy, S10 pickup truck. Dial to 621 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Low, we got another pickup truck. Todd Tooker in his S10 pickup truck. Dialed 629. Almost heads up here. Stacy 21, 621. Tooker 629. And Tooker in the 40 trailer sales lane. $15,000 separate those two at the hit. It's going to be Todd Tooker. Double breakout race there. Todd's out 002 for the win, and Evan is out 007 for the loss. Evan was 009 up front, Tooker 24 up front. The difference in the double breakout. Kyle Tooker right behind Todd in the Camaro, down to 665. Over in the 40 trailer sales lane, and don't have a card on the Mustang, but he's dialed 654 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Wheels up charge for both of them. 500's the difference in the two, and that one's going to be Mr. Kyle Tooker. 68 on a 65, 10 up front to get their 700s ahead of the other car, who was a 59 on a 54, but the 063 bulb happened to be 53 behind when the light said it's your turn. Randy Campbell, Campbell Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro, dialed to 651 over in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Keith Booth dialed 651. Both of them dialed 651. Heads up, huh? Randy Campbell, 54 on a 51, gets their 300s ahead of Keith. Keith was 56 on a 51. He was 5 off the dial. Randy was off 3, so the win's going to go to Randy by 300ths of a second. Mustangs a pair here. Jake Simcoe, 636 in the big orange over there in 40 trailer sales lane. Tim T in the older Mustang, dialed an 809 here, Lawrence Motorsports lane. Red light start for Tim T's 52 red, and Jake Simcoe 49 clean and green, 36 dead 8, and he's going to come back and see round number 3. Ron Simcoe out of Lebanon, he's in the Mustang, dialed to 629 in the 40 trailer sales lane, and the big old Cutlass. No card on him, but anyway, he's dialed 775 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. 300s between the two. And that one's going to go to Big Ols. 77 on a 75, 48 up front to get their fourth thou ahead of Simcoe. Simcoe 35 on a 29. He's 6 off, but he was 16 ahead at the flash of the green. Corey Whiskey, the Big Crown Vic, down to 10:31 over there in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Bill Emery. 6:41 here in the Tower Side Lawrence Motorsports lane. Whiskey goes red. Emery does not. And a 39 on a 41 for Emery to go see round number 3. Gary Elberfield in the big coupe down to 6:02 over there in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Brandon Ziegler Chevrolet Camaro down to 6:37 here, Lawrence Motorsports left lane. Oops. Uh-oh. Looks like Mr. Ziegler left something for him to remember him by in the form of a puddle. It's nothing a little alcohol won't fix. It's kind of like a headache. Well, he's just going to motor on down and take the win. Nice little 028 bulb. And hey, on a 602 dial goes 2838. Woohoo! Yeah. Save the parts for the next round. And that Mr. Elberfield did do. So we'll take a little alcohol and do a little mop-o cleanup here. Modified class today brought to you by Phillips Sheet Metal. Want to thank them for that. Golden Oldies class brought to you by Muffler Brothers of Xenia. The Grandpa Eliminator brought to you by Sexton's Automotive. Stick Shift class brought to you by Kohlbacher's Custom Speed and Fabrication. And a Sportsman class brought to you by Lowman Rods. Now we'll take the winner of Mod, Golden Oldies, Grandpa, and Sportsman. Those 4 classes will run for top eliminator, the winners of each of those classes, if they want to stick around and race each other for the top eliminator. That's sponsored by Performance Paint and Supply. Vinny Fury. In the Ford Fairmont, dial to 756 here in the Tower Side Lawrence Motorsports lane, and no card on the Malibu, but he's dialed 675 over there in the 40 trailer sales lane. Red line start for Vinny Fury. He's 14 red. And right lane will take her 675 dead, 865 up front for 73 thou pack. and a win. Jeff Elam, Tip City, Ohio. 55 Chevrolet wagon. Dialed to 641. All right, George McFadden, Shiftnoid Chevrolet, dialed 708 here in the left side Lawrence Motorsports lane. About 400 separate those two at the flash of the green, and it's going to be George McFadden, 710 on a 708, 55 up front. Got their 400s ahead of Jeff. Jeff was 43 on a 41, missed the dial too, but the 90 bulb was about 35 behind when it was his turn to go. All right, let's go ahead and get the Grandpa Eliminator. Grandpa Eliminator, the Sexton's Automotive Grandpa Eliminator in the lanes 5 and 6. Sexton's Automotive Grandpa Eliminator in the lanes 5 and 6. And we'll take the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars into the back of the lanes for pairing, please. The Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars. Bring them on back to the back of the lanes. We'll get you paired up for round 3, I believe. Tiny Tyree was the winner in that last race over Shane Nickel and Gary Pund in the big Pontiac 692. And Greg King in the Camaro, dial 623. Pund, 54 red. Greg King going to take the win there, 25 on a 23. Sky Ward in the, I believe, Monza. Dial to 610, and Denny Davis, the wheel standing Chevrolet Camaro, dialed 588 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. That one belongs to Denny Davis. He's 588 dead 8, 27 up front, a 35 thou pack to get there over 2/10 ahead of Scott. Scott's 610 dead 8, but a 278 reaction time. No help whatsoever. On the buy run by Brian Bowers, 664 in the Ford Falcon, making his pass over there in the Forney trailer sales lane. Goes 151 for a reaction time. On the 664 goes 663 with a 6. So he's right there. Looks like Pat McFadden in the old Shiftnoid car. Down to 703. And once again, the little pickup truck, I still don't have a card for him, but anyway, he's down to 741. That's going to go to Pat McFadden, a double breakout race there. Pat's out 053 for the win, and the little pickup truck's out 087 for the loss. That'll bring out the altered here of Dustin Cortez. And Williams, he's down 580 here in the left-hand Lawrence Motorsports lane, and William Scholler, S10 pickup truck, 685. But he goes red, and Cortez does not, making Mr. Cortez the winner, 578 on a 580. Toby Ford in the Duster, down to 786. And the Big Ols, once again, does not have a card on him, and he dials 776 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Duster in the Forney trailer sales lane. $400 separate those two. The Duster's humping and takes the win. 786 dead, 125 up front. 26 thou pack to get their 700s ahead of the left lane. He went 779 on a 76, missed it by 3. The 068 Bulb was what, 43 behind? When it was his turn, no help. David Latham, Chevrolet Camaro, 648. In the Forney trailer sales lane, Keith Booth, Mr. Teacher, 656 here in the Tower Side Lawrence Motorsports lane. Red light star for David Latham, and the Teacher lives to teach another class. 655 on a 56, moving into round number 3. On the buy run, Jay Sawyer. Front engine dragster says, let's go 665. Well, let's do that. Well, 53 with 9. That's close enough. That'll wrap up the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags Golden Oldies round number 2. All right, will do. Let's go ahead and get the Kil-Kare Custom Speed and Fabrication stick shift cars into lanes 1 and 2. Hold on. Anyway, 3 and 4. That's where the stick shift cars are going to go, because after all, we got pairings going on back here for the Buckeye cars in lanes 1 and 2. So let me try that one more time. The Kil-Kare Custom Speed and Fabrication stick shift cars into lanes 3 and 4. Duh. Hey, if you're watching Motor Mania TV, kind of enjoying the Kil-Kare old-time drags, tell some of your friends and get them hooked into some of the greatest racing action coverage there is, and that's Motor Mania TV. Covers many, many different kinds of racing, including some of the biggest drag races around this side of the country. So call your buddies, tell a friend. Motor Mania TV is in action right now at Kil-Kare Dragway, and you can just hop on your cell phone and get hooked up with Motor Mania TV and watch all the action right here at Kil-Kare Raceway. Hell, you can take and move that right on up to the big screen TV if you want to. Why not? Grandpa Eliminator, instant green, no dial-in, heads up, down the quarter mile, fastest car wins. So Rick LaValle stages the coupe up over in the right-hand Forney trailer sales lane, and Danny Longbrake in the little gasser car. Valley pops the chute down there and takes the win. On the bye run, it'll be Rick Wilkin. Well, I have the Battle of the Ricks in the final, Rick LaValle and Rick Wilkin. All right, that rounds up Grandpa Eliminator, and in the final, Rick Wilkin and Rick LaValle. And we should have the Buckeye Stock Super Stock cars back there getting all matched up and ready to go for their next round and heading down lanes 1 and 2. And we'll move into let's see here. Colbacker's Custom Speed and Fabrication Stick Shift Cars. Mr. Rob Colbacher and friends back there. Well, so stock and super stock combo cars coming out next. We'll hold off on the stick shift cars for just a minute. All right, here we go. Buckeye stock, super stock combo cars. Andy Cronenbitter in the Cobalt, dial 944 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane, and no card on the little Dodge 440 over there. But anyways, dial 1010. About 800 separate those two at the hit. Cronenbitter's making a move and takes the win. 952 on a 44, 32 up front to get their 700s ahead of the little Dodge. He was 1018 on a 1010, 8 off the dial, but the 113 bulb, not against the 32 of Andy Cronenbitter. Bob Scheif in the Murata, dial to 1213 over there in the right-hand Forney trailer sales lane, and Zach Ross, Belmont, Ohio, the drag pack challenger out of Ross Family Racing, dial to 973 here, left-hand lane, Lawrence Motorsports lane. Yeah. About 100 separate those two. Here comes the drag pack. Can he do it? No. Bob Scheif in the Murata, 14 on a 13, 40 up front to get their 7th thou ahead of Zach. Zach was 73, dead 8, but the 54 bulb was 14 behind when the light said it's your turn. Corey Griffith, Alliance, Ohio, the Camaro, dial 1159 right lane. Brian Merkel in the Pontiac, dial 1055 left lane. So Griffith in the Forney trailer sales lane and Merkel in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Couple of hundreds separate the two at the hit. The charge is on, and it's going to be Brian Merkel. Double breakout race there. Merkel's out 0.29 for the win, and Corey Griffith is out 0.34 for the loss. 5 thousandths of difference in the two breakouts. That one going to Mr. Merkel. Brent Derrick, Hookstown, Pennsylvania, the Z28, 1033 in the Forney Motorsports lane, and Craig Michael in the big 67 Plymouth, dial 990 in the Hemi car. Lawrence Motorsports lane. Red light start for Craig Michael, 11 red and 37 clean green for Derrick. On the 33 goes to 29 and moves into the next round. Let's go ahead and get Sportsman into 5 and 6. Sportsman, low man rod, Sportsman class in the lanes 5 and 6. And let's get the Phillips Sheet Metal Modifieds in the lanes 1 and 2. On the bye run, Derek Weish in the Dodge Material car goes 11:36 on 11 flat. So there you go. He's in. So the low man rod Sportsman cars in the lanes 5 and 6. And the Phillips Sheet Metal Modified cars in the lanes 1 and 2. Dave Bada, the Byron car, 11:52 on his dial in. And goes 11:48. Derek Weish was a competition by his competitor unable to make the call, so there you go. And that will wrap up round number 3, I believe it is, of the stock Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars. All right, here we go. The Kil-Kare Custom Speed and Fabrication Stick Shift class. Next out. Owen Chively in the Ford Falcon, dial of 1480 in the Forney Trailer Sales Lane, and Tim Porter's Challenger Convertible, dial of 1390. In the Lawrence Motorsports Lane, and a 15 red for Owen Chively gives Tim Porter the win. On the 1390 goes a 1398. All in the 90s. There you go. Dennis Duvall, Mustang, dial of 1015 in the Forney Trailer Sales Lane, and Rob Kohlbacker in his own class in the Big Ford, dialed 1275. Well, about 1400s in the reaction times. That's going to go to Dennis Duvall. 10:21 on 10:15. After being 115 at the tree, Rob breaks out. Goes 12:73 on 12:75. Chuck Martin, the old Chuck wagon over there, 9:53 in the Forney Trailer Sales Lane. Nick Duvall, dial 1105. These guys have run each other in the UMTR classes a bunch. Nick, dial 1105. Uh-oh. Chuck went red. Well, Chuck went 949 on a 953. Since the Chuck wagon might have a DoorDash delivery he's got to get to, he went a little faster, so he broke out doing it. Nick Duvall, 1106 on 1105 for the win. And that'll wrap up the Kil-Kare's Custom Speed and Fabrication Stick Shift cars. Let's get the Muffler Brothers of Xenia Golden Oldies in the lanes 3 and 4. Muffler Brothers of Xenia Golden Oldie cars in the lanes 3 and 4. David Jennings, dial of 1433 in a Maverick, and David Webb in a Challenger, dial 1130. 3/10 of a second head start going to the little blue car. On the big end, it's going to be David Jennings. 1438 on a 33, 40 up front. David Webb breaks out trying to catch him and goes 11:19 on 11:30, breaks out 11th thou. John McFall, Chevrolet Camaro, dial 1260. Corey Strader, dial 1160. So Corey's trying to make up a second and does. 1173 on 1160 after being 94 up front for the win. McFall, 1231 on 1260, breaks out 300s. Matt Hunt, the Mustang, dial of 1480. Earl Wyatt, the Challenger, dial of 1283. Red light start for Earl's 006 red. Matt Hunt will take the win. On the 1480 goes 1579. Moves into round 3. John Callan, Plymouth Barracuda, 1319 in the Forney Trailer Sales Lane, and Dave Calder, 1250 in Lawrence Motorsports Lane. Red light start for John Collin. He's 016 red. And Dave Calder is green, 235 green to be matter of fact. On the 1250 goes 1253. Danny Euler Jr. in the Nova, dial 1050 over there in the 40 Trailer Sales Lane, and no card on the Mustang for Euler, and no card on the left lane car, who dialed 1420. And Mr. Euler, 1057 on a 50 for the win. So now we got Chad Calder in the Nova, dial 1090. Tim Porter in the Challenger, dial 1390. $500's in the bank for one of those two cars. Let's see if he can use it. No. He broke out using it. Tim Porter was 26 up front, but goes 1383 on a 1390. Breaks out 7th thou. Chad Calder went 1093 on a 1090 after being 70 up front. And the buy run goes to that car going down the track right now, whose name is unknown to us at this point. On the 1425, just kind of cruising. It was 2120. All right, here we go. A little of the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags modified. Todd Tooker in the S10 pickup truck, 629 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Mr. George McFadden. Chevrolet here dialed 708. Left lane, the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Uh-oh. Todd for red. McFadden, 29, clean and green, 711 on a 708 for the win. That'll bring up Bill Emery. Zombie Racing Chevrolet Camaro dial to 640 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane, and Kyle Tooker 665 in the Chevrolet Camaro over there in the Forney trailer sales lane. 19 thou separate the two at the hit, and that's going to go to Kyle Tucker. Double breakout race there. Kyle's 005 out for the win, and Emery's 018 out for the loss. The big Old's back over there, 776 in the unknown driver's car. David Berry. Malibu down to 675 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Red light start for the big Olds, 001 red and David Berry. 081 clean and green, 73 on the 75. Moves into round 4. Mike Haar, 684 in Chevrolet. Cam Lathan Camaro, down to 648. Mike, right lane, the Forney Trailer Sales lane, and Latham, left lane, Lawrence Motorsports lane, and it's going to be Mike Haar. 85 on an 84, 32 up front to get there 3 thou ahead of Latham. Latham 50 on a 48, 2 off the dial, and 29 was right there at the flash of the green. Randy Campbell, the Campbell Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro, dialed 651. In the Forney Trailer Sales lane, and Jake Simcoe, the Mustang, 636 here. Left lane, Lawrence Motorsports lane. Oh, Simcoe's red, Randy's not. And goes 48 on a 51 for Randy Campbell, taking the win there. Simcoe 12 red.
Go ahead, call the stock.
All right, let's go ahead and get the stock, super stock cars to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. Stock, super stock, Buckeye, stock, super stock combo cars. Back of the lanes for pairing. All right, let's get the Grandpa Eliminator Final. Grandpa Eliminator Final in lanes 5 and 6. And the Kohlbacher Custom Speed and Fabrication Stick Shift cars in the lanes 3 and 4. Dave Calder. Greg King. Calder breaks out. King does not. King, 25 dead 9, 15 up front, 24th out package to take the win as Calder broke out. Goes 787 on a 795. And once again, we'll take the Buckeye stock, super stock cars into the back of the lanes for pairing. Round number 4, I believe it is. And we'll bring those cars forward in lanes 1 and 2. In the meantime. All right, Gary Elberfield is the final car in the modified division round. Says he's going 6:02. He starts off at 0:33 up front and goes 5:97 with the 3. All right, so the battle of the front engine dragsters as we bring out the Golden Oldies, sponsored by Muffler Brothers of Xenia. Jay Sawyer, his front engine dragster, 653 over there in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Pat McFadden's Shiftnoid dragster, 696 in the Tower Side Lawrence Motorsports lane. Going to be Jay Sawyer, 75 on a 53, 73 up front as Pat breaks out, goes 694 with a 9 on a 696. That'll bring up Justin Cortez, 578 in the Alder. And Keith Booth, Chevrolet Camaro, dialed 654. Cortez over in the right lane. Keith Booth left lane, and a red light start for Cortez, and Mr. Keith Booth moves into round number 4. Byron, I suppose that is. Toby Ford, 786 in the Forney Motorsports lane. and goes 785 on a 786. Let's go ahead and get sportsman cars in lanes 5 and 6. The low man rod sportsman cars, lanes 5 and 6. Colbacker Custom stick shift cars getting ready to make their run here. Dennis Duvall and Nick Duvall. This is for bragging rights in the Duvall family, I'm sure. Pair of Mustangs. Dennis 1015 over there in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Nick 1105 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Both of them 70 bulbs. Uh-oh. Who's going to win this one? Why, it's going to be Dennis. 1040 on a 1015, 76 up front, got there 1500s ahead of Nick. Nick 1146 and 1105. 73 up front. Well, So there you go, Dennis Duvall. On the by run, Tim Porter says 1380. So Tim Porter in the final with Dennis Duvall. Well, let's see what's going on here. I hear Rick LaValle might be in trouble, and the sheriff is going to pull him over. Well, I'm not sure. Oh, yep, sheriff's got his lights on. So this is the final in the Grandpa Eliminator, sponsored by Sexton's Automotive, as Rick LaValle stages up over in the right-hand Forney trailer sales lane, and Rick Wilkin stages his Camaro in the left-hand Lawrence Motorsports lane. So, yeah, Rick Wilkin says, I'm going to pull you over, Mr. LaValle. Rick, by the way, runs in a group of cars called Beat the Heat, where the sheriff's cars, decorated like you see there, race cars, race against the other people at the track. And Rick is a several-time national champion in Beat the Heat. Rick LaValle in the Pat Dakin coupe. Both of them 4 bulbs. Well, how about Rick LaValle? He's a winner today in the Grandpa Eliminator. I think he won last year in the Grandpa Eliminator. Rick Wilkin is your runner-up, so congratulations to them. Buckeye Stock, Super Stock Combo, round number 4, I do believe. Dave Bada, Sunman, Indiana Firebird in the right-hand Forney trailer sales lane, dial 1150, and Brian Merkel, 1053 here in the Pontiac in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. So a second head start going to Big White over there. The race is on. 300 separate those two at the head. Merkel's got the race. Double breakout. Merkel's out 018 for the win, and Mr. Bata is out 43 for the loss. Let's see, Merkel was 21 up front, and Bata was 52 up front. Derek Weiss, 1133 over there in the Dodge Material Duster in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Andy Cronenbitter, 943 here in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Whoa, dude. Merkel has a problem getting off the line, and Cronenbitter turns the red light on. So, Weiss motors down the track, providing he's not hurt too bad, can return for round number 5. That's why they call it a race. You never know. All right, so no card over there on the right lane. Dial 1035, and Doug Scheif in the Murata. Dial 1213. He's in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Sixth house, separate those two at the hit. Going to be the right lane, 1036 on a 35, 34 up front for the win as Bob Scheif breaks out, goes 12-12 flat on a 12-13, breaks out 1 thou. Ouch. Oh. All right, let's go get modified cars. The Phillips Sheet Metal modified cars in the lanes 1 and 2. And the Muffler Brothers Xenia Golden Oldie cars in the lanes 3 and 4. Here we go with the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags Sportsman class with David Jennings in his Ford Maverick. Down to 1432 in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Michael Hens, his little Mustang, down to 13 flat, Lawrence Motorsports lane. And a red light start for David Jennings. He's 11 red, and Michael Hens, how about 311 clean and green? Well, doesn't make much difference. It was 1 at the starting line. 12.99 on the 13 flat for him. Moved into the round 4. Danny Euler, 1050. Mustang in the right-hand Barney Trailer Sales lane, and Corey Strader, 1116 in the left-hand Lawrence Motorsports lane. Definite starting line advantage here, and he'll use it. Danny Euler was 037 up front, 68 on a 50 for the win as Strader. Well, let's just say he was late, but the 1175 on 1116, no help whatsoever. Matt Hunt, Mustang, 1520 in the Forney Motorsports lane, and Dave Collar, 1252 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Neither lights spectacular, but 300 separate the two. And that one's going to go to Dave Calder. 1278 on the 52, 255 up front. Got there 0.3 of a second ahead of Hunt. Hunt 1580 on a 1520. He missed the dial by 0.6 of a second after being 280 up front. So no help in that run. Chad Calder, 1090 over there in the Forney Motorsports lane. And let's see here, the Big Impala, 2120. No card on file. So Chad patiently waited for almost 10 seconds, and I don't know what's going on here, but don't look good. In the end, the Big Impala breaks out by over 0.4 of a second, and Mr. Calder will take the win, 1184 on a 1090. Not sure exactly what all went on there, but let's get the Kuhlbacher stick shift final in the lanes 5 and 6. And the Sportsman, low man rod Sportsman into 7 and 8. 5 and 6 for the stick shift, 7 and 8 for the Sportsman. All right, got a little test pass to make here, and I believe that's what's going to come out next. All right, little test pass here, just to see what's going on with the car. The guy paid competition money to make a pass and see how his car is. So we'll oblige him. So coming out next will be our modified Eliminator cars, sponsored by Phillips Sheet Metal. All right, Kyle Tucker, the Miamisburg, Ohio Chevrolet Camaro. In the Forney trailer lane, dialed 663, and Gary Elberfeld, 597 here in Lawrence Motorsports left-hand lane. Camaro gets a head start, and the coupe will see if they can run them down. Definite starting line advantage in one of those two. Can he use it? Yes, sir. Gary Elberfield, 004, up front, goes 601 on a 597 to take the win by a couple of hundreds. His Tucker was 65 on a 63. He missed it by 2, but the 048 bulb was 044 behind when the light said it's your turn. Brian Bowers, 663 in the Ford Falcon. Forney trailer sales lane, and George McFadden in his 56 Chevy, 55, 56, whatever it is, 709 in Lawrence Motorsports lane. 15 thou, separate those two at the hit. It's going to be George McFadden, 711 on 709, 11 up front to get their 400s. Ahead of Brian. Brian was 68 on a 63, missed at 5. The 26 bulb was good, but it was 15 behind to flash the green. Randy Campbell, down to 650 in the Forney trailer sales lane, and Chevrolet Camaro, unknown to us, 624, and it's going to be the Camaro. 26 on a 24, 125 bulb. Got their 2800s ahead of Campbell. Campbell 59 on a 50. He missed the dial by 5, by 9. And the 79 reaction time was better than the 125, but not good enough to win the race. Mike Carr, 684. In his little Chevrolet there. Greg King, the Camaro, 625 here at Lawrence Motorsports Lane. Well, Greg King breaks out trying to catch up. Goes 22 on a 25, breaks out 3 after being 119 up front. Well, Mike Carr with the win, 686 on an 84, 31 up front. Got their 400s ahead of Greg King. On the buy run, David Berry, Malibu, says we're going 673. Starts out 007. On the 73 goes 74, so he's locked and loaded for the next round. I believe next out will be the Kil-Kare Custom Speed and Fabrication Stick Shift Final. All right, the final will be Dennis Duvall, dial to 1015 in the right-hand Forney trailer sales lane, and Tim Porter, dial to 1380 here in the left side Lawrence Motorsports lane. Porter in the Challenger and Duvall in the Mustang. Dennis Duvall goes 75 red, and Tim Porter is going to take the win. On the 1380 goes 1386. So congratulations, Tim Porter, your winner in the Kohlbacher Speed and Performance Stick Shift class. And we'll take the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars, the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars, to the back of lanes for pairing. You can bring them up in lanes 1 and 2. And we'll take the Phillips Sheet Metal Modified cars into lanes 3 and 4. The Golden Oldies, Muffler Brothers Golden Oldies, Azenia cars into 5 and 6. And the Low Man Rod Sportsman cars into 7 and 8. All right, Golden Oldies it is. Toby Ford, dial to 785 in a Duster, and Jay Sawyer, 653 in the Dragster. The Dragster over there in the Forney trailer sales lane, and the Duster in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Well, let's see here. Toby Ford went red, and Jay Sawyer did not. So Sawyer, 53 dead 4, 78 up front, going to the final. On the bye run happens to be Mr. Keith Booth in the Teacher Chevrolet Camaro. Says 653 on the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Look at that. Perfect reaction time for Keith. Triple zip 4, and he goes 654 on a 653. So he's got tuned up here, taking on Jay Sawyer in the front engine dragster. And Jay ran dead on his last pass. Well, dead on with a 4, so that's pretty good there. Reaction time, well, Keith was perfect, and Jay Sawyer was 78. So could be interesting. Sportsman, I believe we have the sportsman cars here. That we do. All right, so the unknown Mustang over there dials a 1050 in the 40 trailer lane, and Michael Hens 1297 here in the Logan Lawrence Motorsports lane. Yeah, Logan. Mm-hmm. Well, Mr. Unknown makes it happen. 52 on a 50, 40 up front to take the win as Hens breaks out, goes 1296 on a 1297, breaks out by 1. Chad Calder, 1090 over there in the 40 trailer sales lane, and Dave Calder, 1252 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. And the win's going to go to Dave Calder. 1256 on a 52, 16 up front to get there full 4/10 of a second ahead of Calder, Chad. And let's see, Chad was 1101 on a 1090, so he's off a bunch there. But the 383 bulb compared to the 016 that Dave had, no help whatsoever. So what we got in the final here looks like Mr. Unknown Mustang and the Dave Calder Mustang. Yeah, anyway. Or Dave Calder. Yeah. Anyway, so as soon as you can turn and burn those cars, we'll take you back in the staging lanes. And I'm missing a couple of modified cars. I need you up here in 3 and 4. And the Golden Oldies final should be in lanes 5 and 6. And we'll take the Sportsman final in lanes 7 and 8. All right, here we go. Buckeye stock super stock combo cars in their semifinal round. Getting ready to come around and do their thing here. Boil it down to the final round. Brent DeRoche, Hookstown, Pennsylvania, dial at 1036 in the Camaro. In the Forney trailer sales lane, and Derek Weish, Lewis Center, Ohio, the Duster, dial 1134 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Fixing to see who's going to run Brian Merkel in the final here. Weish goes 13 red. And Brent DeRoche does not. On the 1036 goes 1047, so he's saving his stuff for the final round. Brian Merkel in the Firebird, Johnstown, Ohio, dial at 1062 over here in the Lawrence Motorsports left lane. Merkel goes 15, clean and green on the 1062. Goes 1067. Hey, we're looking for Tanya Tyree to make it up here for the modified round. Tanya Tyree, either let us know you're not coming or you've got very short amount of time to be here. We're getting ready to put them on the track. And I do believe we're going to the Golden Oldies final. Yes, sir, that's what that one might be. The Keith Booth, dial to 654 here in the left-hand Lawrence Motorsports lane. And the front engine dragster, Jay Sawyer, dial to 653. In the Forney trailer sales lane out. I was just looking at this, within 100th of being heads up here, so probably won't be able to see a handicap. Sawyer, wheels in the air, got a little crooked there, and that's going to be Mr. Keith Booth, 54 dead 5 after being 142 up front. And Sawyer, well, 90 on the 53, but it's understandable. He reined it back in and didn't hit anything. It's good for him. Congratulations. That's Mr. Keith Booth, the winner today in Golden Oldies. Modified coming at you. Mike Harr in the 55 Chevrolet. Dial to 684 and Gary Elberfeld in the coupe. Dial to 599 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. $800 separate those two at the head. It's going to be a big gap to do, and that happens to be Mike Carr, the winner. 686 on a 684. He's 17 up front. Got their 600s ahead of Gary. Gary 6 flat on the 599, but the 091 bulb, no help. So Tanya Tyree will square up with David Berry here. David, 674 in the Malibu and the Lawrence Motorsports left-hand lane, and Tanya Tyree, 623, the Camaro in the Forney Trailer Sales right-hand lane. That's going to be David Berry. He's 008 up front, 74 dead one, a 9 thou pack to take the win by 1500s over Tanya. Tanya 20 on a 23, breaks out 3 trying to do it. On the bye, George McFadden. The 55 Chevrolet, dial to 710. Gets his 004 red light out of the way, and on the 710 goes 713. If you are a winner in Mod, Golden Oldies, Grandpa, or Sportsman, you need to come to the tower and let us know if you're going to race in the top eliminator competition. Once again, that's if you win Mod, Golden Oldies, Grandpa, and Sportsman. If you won those classes, we need to know in the tower if you're going to race the top eliminator race.
All right, 7 o'clock. 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 7 o'clock
All right, the sportsman final. Danny Euler Jr. Dialed at 1050 in the 40 trailer lane, the right-hand lane, and Dave Calder. 1252 here in the Lawrence Motorsports left-hand lane. This is Chevy Nova. About 500 separate those two at the hit. Mustang's coming and gets the job done. A double breakout race. Danny Euler Jr. takes the win. He's out 019 for the win, and Dave Calder is out 056 for the loss. So Danny was 25 up front, and Calder was 73 up front. So Danny with a starting line advantage, but leads to the breakout, and he takes the win. Hey, we do stand corrected. The Grandpa Eliminator will not go into the top eliminator because of the fact of the instant green and the no time slip kind of thing. Well, anyway, so that means Golden Oldies, the Mod, the Stick Shift, and the Sportsman. I need to know if you're going to race in the top eliminator once you win your class. So, Sportsman, you're done. I need to know Sportsman winner is going to race in that. And the Kohlbacher stick shift car, the one, need to know if you're going to race in the top eliminator. And the Mod, we're got to determine the winner there. And I've got an answer on the Golden Oldies. So just let us know in the tower if you're going to play in the top eliminator. By the way, the top eliminator will be an 8th mile run. The Sportsman cars, it's running quarter mile. You've got 8th mile time slips for every run you made. Stick shift cars, you've got 8th mile time slips for the runs that you made. So the runoff for the top eliminator will be 8th mile. And once again, we'll take the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo Final in the lanes 1 and 2 when you get them ready. All right, modified coming at you here. Semifinals. Still looking for the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo cars. Should be heading up in lanes 1 and 2 for the final. David Berry down to 673 in the Malibu. Out of Brookville, Ohio, over in the Forney Trailer Sales Lane, and George McFadden, the Shiftnoid 55 Chevrolet, dial to 711. Left-hand Lawrence Motorsports Lane. $400's in the bank. It's going to be David Berry. 76 on a 73, 29 up front to get there a couple of hundreds ahead of George. George was 12 on 11, 62 up front, no good against a 29 of David Berry. On the buy run into the final, Mike Haar. Looks like we got a 55 Chevrolet final. No, we don't. Malibu and a 55. Had you excited, didn't I? So Mike says 011 on his reaction time, and on the 684 dial goes 685. So there you go. Mike Haar, David Berry in the final for Mod. And I need to know if the Sportsman winner is going to race in the top eliminator. I need the Sportsman winner to let us know if they are or aren't going to race in the top eliminator. All right, let's do a little stock, super stock final here. Buckeye stock, super stock, as a matter of fact. Brian Merkel and Brent Derrick. All right, so Brent Derrick dialed a 1037 in the Forney trailer sales lane. And Brian Merkel dialed a 1053 in the Lawrence Motorsports lane. Eight thou, separate those two at the hit. Gonna be Brian Merkel. Brent Derrick breaks out, goes 1034 with a 6 on a 1037. He's 17 up front. Brian Merkel, 25 up front, and goes 53 dead 8, the 33 thou pack to take the win. So congratulations, Brian Merkel, your winner today. Brent Derrick, your runner-up in the Buckeye Stock Super Stock Combo race here at the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags. All right, this is the final in the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags modified class. Mike Harr, 55 Chevrolet, $684 in the Forney trailer sales right-hand lane, and David Berry, $674, the Lawrence Motorsports left-hand lane. So $674, $684, 1/10 head start to the right lane. And Mike Harr goes 007 red, and David Berry will be the winner. All right, so at this point, we'll check and see what we're doing with the top eliminator race, and I'll announce that here in just a few minutes. All right, here's the deal. The top eliminator race, the winner of the modified, the Golden Oldies, the stick shift, and the Sportsman. You've got 10 minutes to have your car in the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. I need you 4 across. And that 10 minutes starts right now at 5:52, so at 6:02. We're going to run the race. If you're going to be here, you need to be here. I know. All right, so Keith Booth and Tim Porter have committed. I haven't heard anything from the Sportsman winner or the mod winner. It doesn't make any difference. I don't need to hear from you. You got 9 minutes to be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right, if you're planning on being in the top eliminator race, you've got, let me see what you got here. You got about 6 minutes to have your car in the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Keith Booth and Tim Porter. Final 2 rounds of the day will be the top eliminator, which are the winners of the 4 classes. All right, Keith Booth, dial a 554 here in the left-hand Lawrence Motorsports lane, and Danny Euler Jr., dial a 669 in the Forney trailer sales lane. That round's going to go to Danny Euler Jr., 671 on a 69, 79 up front. Get there about 300s ahead of Keith. Keith breaks out, goes 52 on a 54. And the final pair here, David Berry. Berry from Brookville, Ohio, the Malibu, 673 in the Forney trailer sales right-hand lane, and Tim Porter, 898 here in the left-hand Lawrence Motorsports lane. .600 separate those two from at the hit, and it's going to be David Berry, 675 on a 673. After being 189 at the hit, Tim Porter breaks out, goes 890 with a 9 on an 898. So there you go. David Berry and Danny Euler going to battle it out to be the top eliminator. All right, we have 15 minutes to bring those cars back up. 15 minutes. At 6:22, we're going to be ready to race. 15 minutes to turn and burn. All right, time's up. Y'all should be in the lanes. Make that final run. Bye, Rob. We'll see you. Uh-huh. Final run of the night. Here we go. Mr. David Berry and Danny Euler Jr. Danny Euler Jr. taking the right lane down to 669, and David Berry taking the left lane down to 673. So the head start going to go to the Malibu. Not by much, 4 thousandths of a second. This is almost heads up here. .500 separate those two at the hit. Going to be Danny Euler. 671 on a 69, 51 up front to get their 17th thou ahead of David. David breaks out, goes 671 with a 1 on a 673. Congratulations, Danny Euler, your top eliminator today here at the Kil-Kare Old Time Drags. Hey, listen, we want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out with us today and enjoying some great old-time racing and car shows and all those pertinent things that happen on a great day like this. This is Randy Markland saying, hey, we appreciate you being here, and we'll see you next round.